Hello, people. So, we were going to continue where we left off yesterday. Well, not quite, because I did some changes after the stream. Yesterday evening, I did a few adjustments. I had to redo when and how we do the. When and how we split the unions apart into primary field and the overlays. I'm going to do this later now, which makes it way easier to adjust this if you need to adjust it in your bindings generator script. So I now have a declaration. It's just called primary field that lives on the struct/union. And we just set the primary field, like all of this got deleted. We just set the primary field when we generate the declarations. And then when we start printing, we do another pass that converts the primary field into overlays. That's where I left off yesterday, somewhere around midnight. And then I don't think I have run this part here yet. I think I've run it on Windows. I can't quite remember. We'll figure it out. And then the problem is, like, we have an FBX exporter on the Sokoban game, and there we need to adjust the script that generates it, because we have on the FBX bindings, we hit the problem that we have unions in templates, so we cannot get the size of certain union members, so we don't get the right ordering, and so we need to adjust this, and this is what prompted. Actually, we don't care about X memory, but where is it? Yeah, these two. These are the problem. So we need to. This is what prompted me to rewrite what we did yesterday, and we'll continue from there. Okay. Also, mandatory shout out to FilePilot. Obviously. Hey Natsu. Hello. Okay, again, I can't quite remember where I left off. There was some trouble, but it was really late, and I just wanted to go to bed. I can't quite remember where I left off. Yeah, these are annoying. These have been annoying for a while. My local version of Windows has a newer version of D3D12 than our build server. So whenever I generate the bindings on my machine, I get a couple of new properties that I cannot check in because the build server doesn't have them, because it runs on an older version of Windows 10, or I don't know exactly. Actually, that might have changed because we updated our build server recently. So maybe I can check those in now. That would be awesome. But then, of course, this would break for other people who try to use these bindings on an older version of Windows. So maybe we shouldn't check them in. I don't know. Is there a good way? Are there D3D12 people in? Well, probably not right now. Well, I'll ask this question later. Maybe someone knows if there's a way to specify which version of D3D12 you want in the headers. Probably not, because they don't anticipate that. But it would be awesome if I could say, give me all the properties that existed in version blah, and then I can just pin this version and don't generate these all the time. I could blacklist them, of course. Yeah, but I don't wanna. But we could say anything that starts with this is banned, and anything that starts with this is banned, just to make my life easier when I regenerate the bindings. And in DXGI, we have the same problem. Okay, whatever. We're gonna. How do we start? How do we figure out where we left off? I guess I just do the generate. I think the generate all. No, there was actually. Oh, I can't remember. Let's see. Let's just run our tests and see if our bindings work. What? Oh yeah, because Windows. I think I had a problem here. Something was not quite working. Oh yeah, this is the FPX stuff. That's fine. Here I think, oh yeah, exactly, that's where I left off. I regenerated the bindings on Linux and I hit something. We now get naming conflicts because the naming conflict resolution seems to not work. Let me see where that was. This was generated Linux. Yeah, exactly. So here we have a problem. Let's pinpoint that problem. That's a good start. So we have in socket generated Linux, we have a redeclaration of bit field around lead. Sock Linux. So we have a bit field here and we have a bit field here. Yeah, and you can see that we fail to recognize that that's a naming conflict. And it used to be, if we look at the diff, it used to be that this one got suffixed automatically by the bindings generator before we did the overlay stuff, and now it's no longer suffixed because we convert those anonymous structs into regular declarations with using, and for some reason we fail to see that these are now conflicting. So this is something we need to fix. Yeah, let's just start there. Let's get the table a bit higher. Yeah, this is just yesterday when I looked at my dwarf stuff because I was watching Ryan's stream for the first time, and he was working on dwarf, so I was looking at how I parse dwarf. Anyways, so why are we not recognizing this naming conflict? Where do we do the... We have avoid name clash and we have something else. There are two versions. I know there are two versions. Avoid type name clash, right. This is not about type name clashes. This is about regular, good old-fashioned name clashes. And we do the name clash avoidance. Ah, okay, here we move stuff into overlays. And then we do the name clash avoidance. Yeah. So if we do our stuff, if we do the union thing down here, that should fix our problem. I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to move the alignment helper. So I did it before the alignment helper. So, yeah, let's just do it down here. This is becoming quite involved, but that's the way it is. And we should add a test for this. Let's not move it. Let's generate, because I don't want to always generate the bindings on Linux. This should be part of our test suite. So let's go here, and we already have something with two anonymous structs. So what if those two... Yeah, we would have to add a bit field with two values to synthesize that bit field thing. So just do that. And here as well with, let's call this A2, B2. Okay, and these are tabbed for some reason. Some tabs have snuck in. Naughty, naughty. Probably copied this from some file. Okay. I mean, I'm a big fan of tabs, but this code base uses spaces, so we adhere to that, obviously, because it's stupid to fight that kind of war. Okay. So we get a different kind of error in one of the getters we create. So we define these, and then the result looks like that. We define. Oh, interesting. Here the naming conflict resolution worked. Why? So here we see that bitfield and bitfield underscore 1 are like disambiguated. Even though did I save my, oh, I didn't save my undo. Let's do it again. We should get a name conflict now. Yes. Okay, now both are called bitfield, and that's causing us to blow up. Oh, and we get the alignment. The alignment thing, because we added 32-bit bitfields. Let's change that just so we don't overcomplicate stuff. Actually, you know what? Never mind. Let's leave it as it is. Maybe it's not bad that we have that test case. Hey, Foxek. Okay, so we saw that this reproduces the issue. We saw that our moving it to the bottom fixes that issue. But it creates another one for some reason. Let's see. So we generate nonstruct using what? No, naughty. These need to be deconflicted. Oh, that doesn't happen now because we moved it past the conflict resolution phase. Whack-a-mole. We play whack-a-mole. Awesome. So this should be interesting that that's not a compiler error. It could be that it becomes a compiler error later, that we get this error first. But this should blow up. We should, okay, let's see if that actually causes a compiler error. If we don't have the accessor, we might just have found a compiler error. So we take this, let's create a repro. Do we have some test cases for overlays? Tests, overlay with using. Great. It doesn't explain what the regression was, but we're just gonna add our case here anyways. And the name doesn't make sense here. We just do, let's simplify this. Blah, blah, and it should catch that where we have two nonstructs. Let's just see if that happens. Just, we're using it like, it should compile anyways because it's in the main module, but I'm paranoid. Why is it trying to do iteration? Okay. Yeah, redeclaration. So we catch this actually. It's just that this does not get printed before we print getter error in this case. Okay, good, fine, all good. So we don't need a repro. We just need to fix this. So the problem is that this should have been name clash avoided. Hey, L underscore Lambert. Great name. Is it Lambert or something? I've been back for longer. Yes, I try to stream more. I have more work nowadays that I can stream, which wasn't the case for a while. So I'm trying to stream. Trying to stream again a bit. Like my time is really like things are intense right now, but when there's a window for streaming, I'll try to use it. Okay, so problem is that we move this down, and so we don't actually we don't do the find name clash thing properly. Let's move this down, by the way. And then new and false scope declaration. So we probably want to just do this in here if we convert something. Where's the conversion there? That should fix it. And over here, same. Let's see what that does. Let's also, I really like to do this where I have something like partial changes. I just stage them. And then if I rerun the code, I see the difference to the last run without having to commit. And we can see that the _1 got added. And now all of these should be fine. And indeed, it compiles. So that's good. Fixed. Okay. Fix. Bypassed the name conflict avoider. Okay, so with that, we are gonna rebuild our Docker container. Hey Grabix, haven't seen you for a while either. Do I do recommendation for Jai Beta? Yeah, I recommend getting into the Jai Beta. That's the recommendation I would do. Yeah, things are going well. It's intense, but yeah, we make progress on the house and lots of work. So things are good. Kids are kind of healthy. What can you? What do you need more? Is the shark still alive? He's alive here. The shark, actually, let me think. I'm not sure if the shark's still... Have we thrown out the shark? Or it might be in one of my daughter's beds. Not sure. So we regenerate all the Linux bindings. And at the same time, we're gonna switch to Windows. And we're gonna regenerate all bindings here. Oh, we have test failures. Oh yeah, that's probably the same. Yup, same problem. So we're gonna generate all the bindings here. We're gonna generate all the bindings. We shouldn't do that in parallel with this one. Oh no, no, I see bad stuff. Oh yeah, that's just because the bindings don't even run because we have the broken bindings around. All good. Let's do generate all here first before we do the Linux version. Is that a waterbed? Is what a waterbed? Oh, never mind. Sorry. Ooh. I'm slow. Yes, our daughters sleep in waterbeds with sharks. Hi guys. Okay. How do you switch between Mac and Windows? It's easy. You do this. See? Mac, Windows. Mac, Windows. Mac, Windows. No, like, this is a remote desktop session into the machine under my desk. And actually, we want to change this test a bit. Because this bit field actually means we don't need to reorder these, right? Let's change this into UInDate. I think I said I want to keep the other version, but well, no, it doesn't, I think. Let me look at the actual code we generated, but I think this is actually fine. Yeah, we still pull this one up. Oh no, there is no up pulling. Never mind. It's fine. This is supposed to be that way. Never mind. I got confused. All good. Okay, we're generating bindings here. We finished generating bindings here. We can look at the diff. This is always fine. This one gets better. Conflict resolution. That's good. Yep, looks legit. We lose these. These were created accidentally because of a bug before. Now they're no longer necessary. That's good. Oh no, that's fine. That would get dropped with the previous changes. Yeah, this is all good. This looks correct. Okay, actually we amend this. This one we can throw away. Okay, good. Let's run all tests to be safe. Boom, and at the same time we do the generate all here. What are the new challenges in your work with Jai? None really right now. I mean, there are a bunch of regressions, like a bunch of regression tests that I still need to add and fix the actual bugs. But it's minor. Like, I mean, there's enough to do. But right now, the things I'm working on are just janitor stuff, like fixing bugs, improving the bindings generator so that it works when we deprecate unions. Nothing, like, no rocket science. Yeah, this is Vyakoslav's t-shirt. He gave it to me at Better Software Conference 25 because, like, he had a cold, like, lots of File Pilot t-shirts and he gave them away. And then he had no more and I was like, oh, I want one. And then he gave me his, which was very nice of him. Okay, so yeah, the tests change, looks sensible. This can be tossed away. We don't want these changes, as we said. We don't want these changes, so those get tossed away. We don't want these changes. Okay. So that looks good. Now comes the slightly annoying part. We do the generate all here, and the FBX is going to generate, but it's going to generate garbage. Yeah, FBX. Oh yeah, this was I was mid change basically. We need to fix the union FBX array, as the comment says here, because we now generate. Like, we see the error here that This is unknown size, storage is unknown size, so we cannot determine the order, and we do the order wrong. So we overlay, where do we have, no, these are the wrong ones, sorry. Where's the error I want? Oh, we don't get the error I want because I messed up the, I don't see. Wait a second. Why do I not see the warning? Oh, never mind, because FBX doesn't even compile. Yeah, because of my changes. All good, all good. Did he take off his shirt in front of you to give it to you? Yes, and I haven't washed it ever since. No, I'm kidding. So we need to navigate this. The problem is it's a bit annoying to navigate because we have an anon struct and then we have an anon struct inside, and I kind of have to find the right place. So maybe instead of doing it like this, we're gonna say if we the declaration is a no, we do it the other way around. We say, no, if it's a struct, we're gonna get the struct as cast, yeah, this one basically. Boom. We get the struct and we say if struct flags is union and parent decal and parent decal, basically the thing down here, we want T-data. No, we want parent decal. We want T-data. Then we do the fixing. So we say, in this case, we want padding to be the primary member. So we're gonna say assert struct declarations count is 2. And we say struct primary field is struct declarations 1. And that should be everything. That's relatively simple. Let's hope that's... The problem is, which one is the primary one actually depends on the alignment that gets set for this FBX array. The alignment, it's gonna be fine. Okay, let's do FBX. So this should fix one of them. We should still get one problem. No, wrong operating system. This one. Okay, now, yeah, padding gets moved up. See, that's a nice interface, actually. You just say, no, use this as a primary field, and the rest gets done automatically by the binding generator. I like that. It's way better than what we had yesterday. So the diff looks strange. This is more, yeah, this is more like it. So what we actually do is we move the padding up, and we convert this anonymous struct into, whoops. We convert this anonymous struct into an overlay. Looks good. And we have another one where we need to do this, which is we don't know. Let's just try to compile and we should get an error. Or are they both? No, they're both in the same. Actually, it's just that one. Awesome. Okay, so we should be able to do a generate all and be happy. Ooh, hey. Hey, Grim, thanks for the raid. How's Pigden coming along? Are you still working on it, I assume? What have you been working on today? We are just doing what I'm doing. I have the feel like you're grinding on Pigden all the time. I'm grinding mostly on the bindings generator nowadays. Not mostly, but it's way more work than I wanted to. So we recently decided that we're probably gonna deprecate normal unions in Jai. So let me show you. Let me show you guys. Let's use the bindings generator tests maybe. As an example. So if you have something like that, we have a union, contains a bunch of crap. Like these are just to mess with my, like to test my code. Basically you have a union, contains some stuff. In Jai, nowadays, like this used to be just, we used to just also have, like this used to just be union. And this is a feature that's going to go away because with the metaprogramming features of Jai and with things like type introspection, etc., we want to designate one field in, if you have a union, you want one field to be the primary field, which means like if someone prints this untagged union, print not all fields because that doesn't make sense, but print one field. And which one is the primary field? Like which is the authoritative field on that struct? It seems like, why would you need that? Like printing is one. The other big where it's really necessary is if you have compile time metaprogramming and you have something like, let's say we have this needs reordering union, and I say value is run return needs reordering, and I say C is 5. Okay, well, let's not do C, let's do A is 5. So we at compile time, we run a procedure, and actually, do I need to insert? I don't think I need to insert here. I do this so rarely, whatever. We want to run this implicit lambda that basically returns a struct literal. Okay, so we do some computation. Pretend this is more complicated. We do something, and it returns a needs reordering union. Okay, and we do some stuff, and at the end we return. So this maybe is more understandable what's happening. Okay, so we create a struct literal, and this struct literal has some values. It could be more complicated, like we have a needs reordering blah. Then we say value dot A is 5, and then we return value. So this needs reordering is a union, as we see here. If this was declared as a union here, the question is, how does the compiler know how to convert this needs reordering union to code that's then gonna get inserted as the value of value, like whatever. This is like computed at compile time, whatever, it's a value, okay? And how does the compiler know how to convert this basically blob of bytes into something that it can store at compile time? In this case, it's whatever. It gets nastier if one of these is a pointer. Let's say A is actually, or B is a pointer to U32. The pointer is now in compile time. Like if you do this at compile time, the pointer is going to be, let's say we say B is, I don't know, the address of some global. Okay. Some global is a U32. And we want the pointer in these reordering to point to that. This is going to be the point, right? this runs at compile time. Okay, this insert run means this procedure is going to be executed at compile time. So this sum global points to the compile time pointer of sum global. But now you want this computed at compile time struct to point to the runtime version of sum global. So the compiler needs to translate that pointer from compile time memory to runtime memory, or like to the global data segment or whatever. But it's in a union. How does the compiler know whether to, if you return this, how does the compiler know whether it should like take this just as a U64 value, because it's in a union? Like, let's make this simpler just so you see what's actually going on. This is a regular union, and it just contains C, and B is the pointer U32. Okay. How does the compiler know whether it should treat this union as being a pointer to U32 and look for that pointer and convert it to a runtime pointer, or just no, it's a U64, it's just a number, just take that number and save it into global data? Depending on what you want, one might be right, one might be wrong. Maybe it shouldn't be interpreted as a pointer because we didn't do this one. Instead, we did C is the magic value of Cafe Babe. Okay, and so if we try to interpret this as a pointer, all hell might break loose. So that's the problem with unions and compile time metaprogramming, etc. So that's why we're gonna discontinue unions in Jai and instead do what we're doing actually. Let's leave this. Which is convert this union into a struct. The C union is going to turn into a struct. And you have one authoritative field. In this case, it's U64. And then you have various overlays that live, like this overlay C means put this field at the address of C. So it's the equivalent of a union. But now we say this is just an overlay. This is just a different way to view the data. If you need to interpret the data, like if you need an authoritative answer of what the data is, look at C. Okay? So that's what an overlay does. And my job right now is to convert the bindings generator, which is a program we use to automatically convert C declarations into Jai code. I have now modified the bindings generator to no longer create unions, but always create structs with overlay. So that's our job. That's been our job yesterday. I did this yesterday for a couple of hours, and now we're just ironing out the kinks. Oh, and now I can actually read your answer. You spent a bunch of time working on the Zulip protocol. What is the Zulip protocol? I'm an uneducated buffoon. What does the Zulip protocol do? How are we going to choose which C field is authoritative? Great answer, Mulberry. Great question, Mulberry. The answer is the biggest. Because like in C, there is no such thing as an authoritative field. So in C, they're all equivalent. None of them gets properly initialized in a union, etc. So the way we treat it, like overlays right now, overlays cannot be bigger than the struct. So in a union, that means an overlay cannot be bigger than the biggest field. And so what the bindings generator right now does is it picks the first field. Unless there's a bigger field, then it picks that bigger field and moves it to the top. So that's kind of, otherwise it would be a trivial transformation, but this makes it a bit more complicated. Not super complicated, but more complicated. I was not getting watching John Fixon. Yeah, like the tagged unions are a different beast. The tagged unions are just, if you say, no, I want you not this, but I want actually, like tagged unions are orthogonal to this, I'd say. But yeah. So the correct way to have compile time pointers in a union would be to properly tag it. The correct way would be if you have pointers in a union and you want those pointers to be marshaled between compile time and runtime, you need to have them, you need to have the pointer be the authoritative field and then just have overlays over that pointer. It's a rare thing. Like almost no one is going to have a pointer here and then also an overlay that just treats it as a U32. We're like, what? Doesn't make much sense. It's just, this is a hole in the language spec we need to close. Okay, it's not like, oh, so many people are doing this and it's causing so much trouble. Like it's a very minor, it's minor, but it needs to be fixed. Is there weight? Yes. What if two are of the same size? It just picks them in the order. Like it picks the first one that's bigger. The first biggest one is picked by default. And what I did yesterday night and today exactly, like if you had joined a bit earlier, you would have seen we literally did that. Like I just fixed it in the FBX SDK. We literally have that problem that there is a struct that's in, like, this is a template. It's a C++ template. This is already the converted version. And we have the problem, since this is a template and one of the fields depends on the template argument, we don't know the actual size at compile time of this in general. We just know it for instantiations, but not in general. And so I had to add these 5 lines with a comment, so 4 lines of code that change what the primary field is, and it's literally this. So in your generator script, you can just say, oh no, for this particular union, please treat the second field as the primary field. And that's why padding gets moved up, because like that's literally what we did. So that's all you need to do in your script if the binding generator chooses wrong or cannot choose because it's in a template or something. And the whole point of the exercise we did, like the whole reason why I'm doing this in the binding generator now, is so the question is, do we need a feature in the language that helps us generate these unions better in the binding generator? And it seems like the answer is no. But we'll know that in a minute, because I'm trying to compile the game and see if it still compiles with all log changes. And that looks like a yes. Awesome. Let's see if it also works. Can you do metaprogram that will auto-generate the overlay tags? Yeah, of course. That's literally what I'm doing. On question, who decides on the language behavior and features? Is it John solely? Yes, it's John. I might make suggestions, I might implement some parts, but John's the benevolent dictator. Like, there are lots of small decisions that I do, but anything that's language semantics, like, that's John's territory. Hello game, are you here? Yes. Looks good. Okay. All right. So we check that in. We don't check that in. That was just my explanation. That's good. What? Oh, sorry. And we have the Linux bindings updated. That's good. We're just gonna pull the Windows changes. And yeah, this is big. Let's see. Okay, so here you can see the changes in action. Like, this used to be a union. And now we're changing this. And we pull, like, this one is actually statically bigger, so it gets moved to the top by the binding generator. Same here. We have an S32 and a void pointer, and the void pointer gets moved up. And for the others, we just add the overlay, and like we change some units to struct, and we just add the overlay annotation that basically puts everything into pad. And then we have nested garbage, of course. But all of this seems sensible. No surprising changes, which is great. Let's look at the Steam. Yeah, this one gets pulled. Yeah, this all looks reasonable. Oh yeah, and here we have the problem that this was generated on a newer version, so we want to discard these changes that I don't have in my... Okay, good. In my container. So we say update Windows and Linux bindings. Let's ship this. Tests ran except for this one. Perfect. Okay, that finishes that task. What do you think of the currency of the language? Would you use it yourself? I am using it myself and I love it. You can definitely, absolutely use this language. Like, there's no question. Wait, I'm just seeing. Am I getting... No, it's fine. It just looked like I had a big hole here, but it's not a hole. It's just slightly less hair. That's the way it is. Okay. What do you think about performance engineering as a career? I can say nothing about it. I don't know. Okay, nice. So we're done, basically. I need to still evaluate some other builds, but I can't do that on stream, so that has to wait. So we might just switch to looking at some of these regressions that we still have. Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab a coffee and then we'll just switch to fixing bugs. I guess we'll update the stream title to Jai compiler compiler bug smashing party. And we're gonna add our lovely bug and we're gonna smash it with a hammer. Bam. Okay, good. I'm gonna grab a coffee. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's start grinding. Where do we start? I want to get this insert repeatedly thing fixed because it's been like, I've had this, I don't know for how long. But it's hard to fix. So I'm not sure if we should start there. You know what? Give me a second. I'll just go into security mode and make sure that the other builds are still working. So I can check in some other changes. And then we'll go into bug fixing mode. So bear with me while we're in high security mode. Looks like we compile, which is good. Any advice on espresso machines? Yeah, buy a good one if you like good espresso. Can't tell you much more. Like, it depends so much on your budget, on your preferences, on your... No. I bought myself a new one for my birthday last year, a year and a half ago. And I'm very happy with it. What am I using? Just give me a second. I just want to make sure that all of this is clean, and then we can talk about machines. Oh god, I hate Tutori's SEN so much. It's so slow. Okay, while I wait for I misclicked in Tutori's SVN and just clicked on a header by accident, and now it sorts the changes, which on the SoCo1 repository takes 30-40 seconds where the UI just freezes. Okay. No, actually that's fine. That's fine. Just looking at the changes. I'll be right back with you guys. There are just some things I cannot do on stream. All of this looks good. Okay, we can do one more thing. We can make sure that the Maya thing compiles. Yep, and we should fix all of that. You know what? Let's fix this right anyway. We have all these these pointed references. There is this rewrite plugin, right? This should work. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do this. This has annoyed me for a while. Maya first. So we're gonna add. We're not gonna add. Do plugins have? Let me check. We have the rewrite plugin. I guess this should work. If init does the right thing. So my plugin has what? It has a table, so we have to reset the table in init. How do I reset a table? I don't even know. Table reset keeping memory. Perfect. Table reset. Reset keeping memory. Memory. My.files to and we have to take a pointer to that. Okay, and we'll say this. So we can use it on the point is I need to use this on multiple workspaces. Okay, with that, we should be able to go here and say, let's steal this from here. Let's see how easy this is. If it's hard, we need to make this easier. We're gonna import Metaprogram plugins. Then we're gonna have that. Because I don't want to do the rewrite by hand, and I have to do this in a couple repos. So just seeing how easy it is to add is a worthy exercise. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot your question. What am I using? What espresso machine am I using? Give me a second. I think I showed this on stream before. Oh God, this, okay. So shout out to the worst UI feeling ever. So I'm scrolling. I hate it when pages mess with your scroll behavior. Like it's wonky because they do these stupid animations for no reason, and so it feels off. Scrolling feels totally off. I have this basically. It's an Escaso Steel Duo PID. And I'm very happy with it. There's one big flaw, which is like it has what do you call this? Volumetric control, as in like it remembers how much water flows through. And so you can program that. Basically, you can, if you hold it down, it records how much water gets through. So next time you can just tap it once and it flows the exact same amount of water through the coffee, which means you don't need a scale if you want, whatever. We can go deep on this. But basically, I have a scale on my coffee normally, like on over here, and to weigh the whatever. Let's not get into that. You shouldn't need a scale here because it has this volume control. The problem is they have a design flaw in there, as the volume control, as in the thing that measures how much water went through, is before the overpressure valve. So if you hit the overpressure valve, which usually happens, some of that water is going to get diverted back into diverted into the overflow compartment. And so since they measure the amount of water before the overflow valve, it means that they measure how much water flows through, but not how much water lands in your cup, but just how much water goes either into your cup or the overflow valve. So if you have slight differences in how you temper your coffee or how many grams you put in your whatever, if there are minor differences or you have slight channeling, then you get a different amount of water through the overflow valve, because maybe it is slightly too much pressure, whatever, and then you get a different amount of water in your cup, which makes the whole volume control completely useless, because you always have slight variation, and therefore it's worthless. So you have to, if you want a precise coffee, you have to scale again, whatever. It's a whole stupid thing. So if you care about these kinds of things, that's a small flaw. Like why did they put that in? They should have put the volumetric control after the overpressure valve, then it would just work. They would have needed to reverse the order of these elements in the whatever. They didn't for some reason, so that's a shame. Is it rocket science to make coffee? No, but you can make a rocket science out of it. Like, okay. Let me introduce you to the king of voodoo in coffee, in case you don't know him. So let's open that again, and let's go to what's his name? I have a different name right now in my head. Oh God, what's his name? I want to say Stuart Kaufman, but that's someone completely different. Because I am working on my BSc talk, so I have his name in my head right now. Hoffman. Is it Hoffman? What's the... James Hoffman, yes. If you want to go into the rabbit hole of how crazy can you go with preparing coffee and espresso, feel free to just watch his stuff. Like, yeah, this, for example. If you want to see how crazy people can do, like, do this. And yeah, whatever. You'll... Don't... I'm sorry. If you haven't known him and you watch his videos, I'm sorry. I'm not that crazy. I have friends who are completely batshit crazy. I'm trying to keep the Stuart Coffeeman. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to keep the crazy under control because I hate actually all the pretentious stuff. That's what I hate about beer nowadays. It's what I've always hated about wine. This like whatever, just taking something simple and just spending way too much effort on things that actually don't make a difference. I have the mini cup. I just have an espresso cup. That's what you put espresso in. Like, okay. Anyways, all right. Back to work. I wanted to commit this, and I wanted to do something before that. Oh yeah, we wanted to do the rewrite. So we create a workspace, we do the plugins. So we do parse plugin arguments, blah. We don't need plugin arguments actually, whatever. We do this so we can pass plugin args. We return if not success, and then plugins to create. We just create these here. And this takes plugins for some reason. Not sure. Okay, and then we need to pass. Yeah, we have to do this. Oh, this calls init, huh? Do we just recall this for every workspace? Yeah, we do. So we're gonna say, so we wouldn't have, this creates new plugins actually. So we would not have had to, we'll just do this. We would not have had to adjust this one. So we're gonna remove it. Bam. So we're gonna do init plugins. And then for all the plugins, we're gonna do blah. And then we do intercept flags. And what else? We need to pass. We do this. It shouldn't need, like, this is for literally support for all kinds of plugins, which you don't care about actually, but doesn't matter. Actually, we do this here. I guess, does it matter where we do this? Is this after ent intercept? No, this is here. Okay. And there should be a passing of the message. Yes. Okay, that's pretty much all we need, I think. We could free the plugins here. Does shutdown free the plugins? These are things I never needed. I guess we don't. No. Let's look this up. Okay. So we have init plugins. And this creates the plugins. I assume, but I don't see what? Oh yeah, here. But do we have a freedom? Is there a D in it or something? Nope. So maybe this should be a, you know what, let's do the opposite. Because this is something, if you do a multi, we've never done this before. So we've never done a workspace that does multiple, like a metaprogram that does multiple workspaces and uses plugins for it. I've never had to do that. And we'll just do this. So we have a pointer to an, well, actually, I don't care. Okay, there is no non-success that can happen. And we're just gonna do for to the init. Maybe we do, wait, what's the point of, this would be in compiler, right? Where's the plugin? Yeah. We've shut down. Does anyone do shut down? Windows is so slow. Oh God. Yeah, the problem is you have other shutdown things, of course. Thread groups get shut down. This is all not relevant. We want to do actually shut down any spaces equals blah. Yeah, autorun does a shutdown. Okay, what are you doing on shutdown? Oh, you free yourself. Well, that's smart. Except you're the only one that does that. That's not, you shouldn't do that. Because you don't, like, since you don't create yourself, you shouldn't delete yourself. We're gonna stop doing that. Who else does it? Yeah, this one does it. But I have to look at that somewhat. Yeah, so this shouldn't be necessary. This is stupid bookkeeping. I'm gonna do this on the outside. What are you doing in shutdown? Yeah, they're all free. This is stupid. This is stupid boilerplate no one needs. If it's always just free, yeah, go away. We're gonna, like, you don't allocate yourself, so you don't need to free yourself. I think that's a generally a good rule. If your shutdown is just freeing a pointer you didn't allocate, yeah, we're gonna clean that up. Okay. You don't need to free. Let's just be explicit about that. Matterport plugin pointer itself, since you did not allocate it. Okay. But basically, like lots of things did that, not all, but more than I expected. Okay, we did that. That's good. Now we can provide in here shutdown plugins. You give it all of them. For plugins, we do if it dot shutdown. It's like that, right? Yeah. And free plugins, I guess. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Did I lie? Oh, no. Is this a... Oh, no. Oh, we're sad. I was wrong. You do init yourself, so you should free yourself. That means everyone has to provide their own shutdown. This sucks. Not happy. Oh, no. That's bad. Okay. We're sad. We're sad. We're sad. So we basically revert everything we did. Everything. And we need to make sure that all the plugins do actually do the shutdown thingy. Well, if they don't free, it doesn't matter that much, but okay, sad. So we do shutdown. That should free them. So after this, we can say array free plugins. Okay, doesn't matter really, but we'll try to do the real thing. So with this in place, we should be able to say add a metaprogram plugin, which is rewrite. And that should cause the rewrite to run. Why did I say, oh, this is from here. Sorry. This is get build options. And we have options here. So it's options. Intercept flags. Did I I assume I mistyped that. Yes, of course I did. Intercept flags. Okay, so what are we doing? Oh no. We have to runs. Yeah, that's fine. We say run, installable, and we're good. Boom. Okay. And oh. And we get some complaints. Redeclaration of plugin init string. Oh. We can't re-init plugins. That's what I was afraid of. So plugins cannot actually, you cannot call init plugins multiple times. Shall we fix that? Yes, we shall fix that. And of course it's wrong here that we're doing it. Wait. No, it's right. Okay. Yeah, no, this should work. So parse plugin arguments, blah. Let me do init plugins. Which creates this plugin init string. Which we then use how. Hum. Why are we doing it like that? Let me think. Why do we generate the code? And then say add build strings instead of just putting that stuff in here. Wouldn't that be much easier and allow it to run repeatedly? I don't understand that. My feeling is... Okay, let's try this. I have the feeling this should work like that. The dynamic specialist doesn't need to work on procedures. This should work. If I say this gets baked in. Oh, yeah, doesn't work. We could do it with a modify, right? Nope. That's actually a tricky one. Okay. This is a tricky one. If we don't have a placeholder, we cannot use this hack. If we have a placeholder, we have that one placeholder, so we can't do it n times. You can go all Inception on this and do the init plugin for, like, you can do this in a workspace and then it works, but that's ugh. So you create a workspace to init plugins and then that does the actual, like, nah, I don't want to do that, like nesting more workspaces. It's unnecessarily slow, blah blah. This is like I have seen, I know that there was some problem of using plugins with multiple workspaces in one meta program. Now I see what the problem is. And there must be a nice way around this. We can't specialize on to create. The problem is the way init plugin works. You get an arbitrary number of plugins. Okay, you get an arbitrary, like a dynamic array of plugins. Basically, a runtime from the perspective of this procedure, a runtime list of, like, it's not compile time list of plugins, but a runtime list of plugins. You have to generate this code snippet for every one of these plugins, run it, and then you want the result of this code snippet and return it from this same procedure. Because init plugins has a results array and you want that results array to be filled. I mean, I would honestly, I don't know. I would do this differently. I'm not sure why we do results like that. I would want to return, like, I would have preferred this to be a like that. But it doesn't change the fundamental problem. Fundamental problem is this procedure needs to return an array where we have all the plugins initialized, but the initialization code is generated depending on the array. And so the way this procedure does it, it generates this plugin init strings. It's plugin init string, which is a concatenation of all these code segments, and it then, so it adds that code to this workspace. So this plugin init strings gets filled by this, and then it calls this procedure which depends on that string, which inserts it. So the code gets inserted into this procedure and calls it. And the problem is, like, this works once, but there's no way to do this n times. To do it n times, you would have to have n placeholders and n init plugins part 2. And you cannot just like, you could just generate a procedure and insert it. The problem is you want the result of calling that procedure right now. That's the thing that makes it tricky. There must be a way to do that. Wait. Wait. Ah. No, that string isn't constant. Ah. That's a nasty one. um. I'm not sure I can solve this right now, the way the compiler works. We need multiple plugin init strings because part of init is giving it a workspace. Okay, you can see here that you set the workspace on the thing. So if we want to, like, what the Maya plugin generator does, it does it for 2 versions of Maya. So we create a workspace per plugin version, and then we generate the plugin. And basically you have a separate workspace. So you need to do init here. I mean, we can work around this, okay? We can say that the thing we did here with rewrite, we can totally say, no, init should work again. We just, like, but then plugin authors have to be aware of that you just re-init. And then this one could just, because it doesn't call init, right? Yeah, here we do it again. On the to create, the to create has the options. We could just do this part again, basically. So we could have a reset procedure, basically. Take the same options. It's limited. It's a stupid hack, but we could say we add a reset procedure, and because we don't have the options again, wait, we could add a re-init. Yeah. You could change the options if you want. Maybe that's not too bad. I'll try that for now. I'm gonna have re-init plugins with that workspace and a success. I don't think it cannot. Oh yeah, they do this. Okay. So this is basically init plugins part 2 without the plugin init string. So we're gonna do re-init plugins to create results, and this is just return, and this one goes here. And so we don't, so results can be that. So results can be dereferenced here, and then we're happy. Okay. So we don't need to dereference here. Okay, if we have that, and if the plugins are well behaved, that they know that init can be called again. We're just gonna test it on rewrite for now. Then we could do the following. We do yeah. Well, we'll do it. If results because I don't want to deal with this in my loop. Re-init plugins to oh, but we need the workspace then. Yeah, but we can do that totally. We don't need to set the... Let's move this. So re-init plugins does this. P workspace is W. And then we do this. Yeah, it's a bit of a hack, but we'll see. I found a fun one today. If I inline my proc, it works, but if I don't, it dies. Oh no. Can you send me a repro? Mailed it in. Okay, then John has it. But this sounds like something that might be interesting to investigate. Okay, so we only do the whole shenanigans. And now we could do actually... Well, actually... No, let's try this first. Let's clean it up later. Let's just make this work. So we can just do init plugins. We move this to the outside. And that means shutdown needs to happen on the outside. And now it makes sense that the finish and shutdown is separated. But it makes it harder for metaprogram plugin programmers to do the right thing. All right. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Almost correct. Not enough arguments. Yes. This needs a workspace. So here we need to pass the workspace. And maybe now. View declaration of success. We're getting there. Baby steps. Bear with me. Where's success? Yeah, this is boom. Oh, we say success is false. Why do we say success is false by default? That's a bit weird. this cannot happen, actually. It's funny that we still have that kind of code around. Which means this one is not necessary. Okay. Plugin rewrite is being run read-only. We should get this twice. Okay, so this runs blah, blah, blah. We get a report, hopefully. Plugin rewrite. Okay, 33356. And then we run again. And I guess we get the same report, right? 33365, yeah. But I guess Mesh Builder and Maya Mesh Builder. Let's see, because it's random and the order is random. 5 in Maya Mesh Builder, 6 in Mesh Builder. Yes. Okay, so it's the same. It's 2 different reports, but it's the same. Good. If we say, right. It worked, except the rewrite is wrong. Oh no! So the rewrite plugin makes mistakes. We should fix those. Let's see what it did. The box just returns a format int, but if I don't inline it, the value seems to become the pointer value instead. Huh. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You know what? Fuck you. Not willing to wait. I know where the change is. See? Instant. So what are we doing? Okay, yeah, that's a way to do it, I guess. Is that legal? Or is this the rewrite plugin just completely snafooing? Yikes. I didn't know that syntax existed. That's awful. Should have done it by hand. Oh, I have to take this call. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, yeah, this looks... It looks like a change I wouldn't make. It's interesting. Here it does the nice version. Okay, so here something happened on mstring global. Is this the one we complain about? No, it complains about Maya Mesh Builder. This is in Maya SDK. Wait, was this me? No. What? That was me? Did I? Oh, that was me because I pressed the mute. Okay, never mind. It's all fine. That was me pressing mute. Okay, and we choked where exactly? Here. Oh, so it was a... That's probably not the rewrites plugin's fault. I'm almost certain that we give it the wrong... Okay. Side project. I bet that we give it the wrong location, source code location for this operator. So it's not... Okay, so we're going to revert this. Okay, we're gonna build a tracer version of the compiler. We're gonna run the tracer. Oh, FilePilot discarded all my tabs. That's a shame. Something happened. So we want sub compiler tracer. It's been like, I'm glad I spent the, I don't know how many, couple of days or a day to write this program. From time to time, I dig it out, and I'm so glad it exists. Okay, so we're gonna do this one. No rewrite, we don't care. And we're gonna use the trace plugin, the trace version. And we get this one where we get the complaint. And that was in Maya Mesh Builder. So we go to Maya, which workspace? 304, doesn't matter. Let's pick 3. No, let's pick 4. Really doesn't matter. Maya Mesh Builder. Maya Mesh Builder. Okay. So where are we? In line 848. Because it clearly shows you these things nicely. 846, 848. Okay, here's 848. We have an identifier. We have declaration. We have a unary operator. We have a binary operator. What? We have an identifier, block, identifier, blah. Okay. So the unary operator, both of these give us the full, you can see down here, I can't point at the same time because it's just a hover thing, but you can see at the bottom that this covers the unary operator and the binary operator, both cover the whole length, like including the parentheses. And let's see, the binary operator is the array index, almost certain. So unary is probably going to be the dereference. Okay. If you go to unary, where is it created? Here. Wait. Can you please open this line? In one of my, it says unknown mark. Oh, there we are. Unary operator. And then we do a compiler report warning. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Here, autocast must be, what? No. 11. Where does it? It doesn't open that line. Naughty tracer. Doesn't say anything, but it doesn't open it. Do we want to start a side project of debugging that? Nope. Okay, just gives us the report line, which is not super useful. Yeah, so 3733 is the line where we created 3733, create a unary operator, and yeah, and then we do this deprecation. So, but it seems like, okay, we include the parentheses. I'm not super happy with that, but I guess that's the way it is. So maybe it is the rewrite plugin's fault. What are we doing with that information? There must be a, yeah, there's an is parenthesized. We check that. Ah, okay, yeah, this is the problem. So we're gonna substitute, but I guess we don't recheck parenthesized. So the substitute is gonna replace the parentheses. When are we using the substitute? So we have new text, and then at some point we're gonna use that. Okay. Make new file. Okay, but so if it is parenthesized, we would have to say here if we would have to say single L C0 plus equals to 1, right? So we replace less. I assume that's the range we do. Let's see, single. Where do we use C0? Yeah. So I think that would be the substitution. Let's revert everything in here. No, not remove, just revert. And try to rerun this with the rewrite. Ah, that didn't go too well. Wait. Did I? Oh, no, my bad. I think I did it unconditionally, right? No, I did it conditionally. Wait, are both of them considered parenthesized? So we did something wrong here now on get knull object. So it looks like the information we give the Met program is not enough, but we'll check. So in Mesh Builder 619, so we're gonna revert again. And we're gonna do the tracer version again. And we say in whatever workspace, Mesh Builder 619. Oh, that would be nasty. Do we say for both of these? Also, why are they two unary operators? Oh, it's a copier. Okay. Never mind. We want this one. This is generated in the parser. So here you can see that what kind of is parenthesized do we check? Oh, it's the expression. I need to check whether the expression, yeah. So here, not enode flags, we have to say unary. If this one's parenthesized. So I checked on the wrong node. We don't want the sub expression, we want the unary operator. We didn't handle that. That means this should work. Except it doesn't. 848. Oh. No, this is another bug. Same here. So this is independent of the substitute. If the unary is parenthesized, we need to move in by 1. That might be it. Revert. It's funny that no one hit that case. Wait, why? 461. Are we doing something stupid there as well? 461. Oh, different file, I guess. Mesh builder. What did this look like originally? Did we pretend that this is parenthesized? Because it's in brackets? Let me, okay. I'm gonna do the tracer again. I'm gonna revert. No, not remove. Revert. We're gonna do the tracer and look at what the offsets are. Okay, it was Mesh Builder 461. It's a unary operator. We don't see whether it's parenthesized or not. We could add that. We could add which unary operator it is as well. That would be nice. In notes. Let me see. Where do we decide whether something is parenthesized or not? Was it not is parenthesized? Oh no. Yeah. This is not true, exactly. This is the problem, my friends. there is this other flag. We just saw it. There's also parentheses by compiler implementation detail. What the heck is that? Not used. Okay, that's not going to help us. Yeah, it's not true currently needed to get the precedence right, but the user didn't at parents. Yeah, this is not good. Why does this affect? Yeah, this is where this one should go. The problem is it doesn't help us if it's not used. Like, I can totally do this here. Doesn't help us if no one checks for it. Okay. Almost certainly want asked. What is it called? Asked parenthesized by compiler implementation detail. But it feels ugh. Oh, whatever. But it seems like nothing here actually... Nothing checks this. Like, we check here, okay. We check here. No, we check. We set here. But then no one checks that. It says it must be there for the precedence, but that might just be wrong. It looks to me like that's just... I don't see how we would need that if no one checks this one. If no one checks the flag, how can it affect precedence? I think this is just bogus bullshit. It looks to me like that's a leftover, which means we also don't need to add this here, so you can go away as well. So this should be the only use again. Yes. Problem is, this kind of change is a bit scary. Come on, fingers. It's not that hard. Is it echoed in the JAI side of the compiler messages? Yes, it is echoed in the compiled. We just saw that. I skipped over it, but we saw it. Because this will cause havoc on further rewrites, plugins we're gonna do. So I want to get this right. This should have been fixed a while ago. You're graduating soon and feel a bit burned out. Execute a very nice new grad role. Do you think it's bad to take a 1 month break after graduating? I don't know. I didn't graduate. I can't tell you. At least one. Like, I'm. The question is, why do you feel burned out? Like, plenty of people take breaks, but the question is, why? Why do you think you need the break, and what burned you out? Is it just like you worked a lot and you need vacation, or is it like no? Because burnout is something different than I worked hard and I need to regroup my energy. It's not the same. Because burned out for me, like there's exhausted and there's burned out. Burned out is like usually I get burned out when I hate working on the thing I'm working on. Like John described, of getting burned out on contract jobs. I had that in the past when you're like, just like, why am I doing this? This is stupid. This is a waste of my time. Like, this is why I quit all the banking projects, I don't know, many years ago, because it made me feel burned out. As in, like, it was not too intense or too hard or whatever. It was just, this is pointless. The environment of the project is like you're just fighting windmills, and even if you're trying to do a good job, you know the end result is going to be shit, blah blah blah, because the requirements and the project surroundings, etc. And that's when I got burned out. I was like, and that's when I stopped. I was like, nope, the money's not worth it. Like, money doesn't buy you happiness enough. Where I'm like, working a shit job, like working on a shit project for a long time, earning more money, it's not worth it. I'd rather earn a bit less and enjoy what I'm working on. So that's my prescription for if you feel burnt out. If it's like, God, I'm exhausted because I didn't take any rest times, and like I worked on something that was interesting and fulfilling, but maybe it was too fulfilling, so I grinded too hard and I'm just exhausted, then I would say, yeah, take a short break and get your energy back. But 1.5 months sounds insane to me. I've never taken 1.5 months off of anything ever, I think. Like, not true. I've taken 1.5 months of something, but not like but that's me. If I'm on a vacation, even if it's very nice, like if we're at the beach and like drinking good espresso in Italy and enjoying good food, etc., I get itchy after 5 days. After a week, I want to do something. After 10 days, I really want to go home and work on something. So 1.5 months of not doing things sounds like torture to me. So to get your energy back, for me, that's usually, okay, I take 2-3 days or something. But yeah, but that's different maybe. No, it's not even job related. It's just like I want to do something. Like if we're in Italy for a week, I'm like, after day 4, I just get ideas for random projects I might do. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, I want to get back to the work I'm doing. That might be the case, but it might also just be, I want to create something. I want to do something. This feels like wasting time. I don't know. But that's me. Like I'm a bit driven. Yeah, if you take 1.5 months off to work on side projects, that's for burnout. That's not for I'm exhausted. Like if you're burned out and you need to work on something that you enjoy, then yeah, take 1.5 months off and work on a side project. But then that doesn't help you. That's why I asked, is it burnout or is it exhaustion? If it's exhaustion, take a week off and then But that's I don't know your circumstances. But for me, if I'm exhausted, I might. The problem is now with kids, there is no. I can't just say, okay, for 3 days I'm gonna just relax. Like that's not. It's not the same. So I just have to be careful to not get exhausted, because there is no easy way to just relax for a week or something. Holidays with kids are nice, but they're not relaxing. Okay, seems like I was right. Hey, cute math. Hey, other people in chat, by the way. How did I get into compiler development? I assume it's very niche. It is very niche. It's also very nice. I never worked on a real compiler before I joined this project. I just worked on 5 gazillion other things. So it was like, okay, I've never worked on a compiler. I can learn this, whatever. Would it be better if I had worked on many compilers before? Yes, but can't have everything. I worked on transpilers before, like 15 years ago or something. Yeah, it must have been about 15 years ago. I worked on a transpiler to convert a domain-specific language into C# and compile that. But it didn't really teach me much about what I needed to work on this compiler. Okay. Let's see if that fixes our... Okay, so this works again. That's good. Wait, I didn't have any sound. Do we have sound here? I didn't hear anything. That's not good. William says, it's the first lunch in a while, it interests me a lot. My process of writing some side projects and see most of it. Glad you like it. You're welcome. Welcome to the beta. Yeah, I don't hear step sounds. Did I break this? Or is this just an artifact of using remote desktop or something? Let's revert my... well, it would be weird if it breaks sound, but we did some... so maybe let's just undo this. Let's stash everything for a second. If sound comes back, that's bad. So let's hope we stay quiet. Maybe we've broken the WWise plugins with the plugin with a different change. That could be the case. We'll see. Any tips on how to make a good 48 by 48 tile set? Nope, I haven't done any pixel art thing for... Oof. It's not quite 30 years, but 25 years probably. Yeah. Something like that. To recall if there's a decent way to get memory debugger to ignore the lack of freeze when you make your own arena allocator. Yes, you can say this is not a leak. Okay, we still have no sound. Ooh, that R was a mistake. Okay, good. Yeah, so I still have no sound. So that's probably an artifact of using remote desktop or something. Good, so we reapply our change. Let's do just this. I love Git for this. Like, this is such a... I love being able to, oh, I have changes in this file. This is unrelated. I don't care about these right now. Whatever. Like, if we do this. I want to keep this, but I want to commit this. I love it. I love it. It has the potential to shoot yourself in the foot, but not that bad. Also, let's do all this stupid white space stuff. Okay, we just want this. Fix. And we should mention this in the changelog. But we haven't mentioned the other thing. Oh, we did. What are they called in userland? Let's do this first. Modules rewrite. Fixed replacement of parenthesized what do you call this? The reference. Let's take an actual example. What was the one we fixed? Let's recompile. Okay, so again, Cooper, Joman, not sure if my answer was enough for you. Just while we wait for this. Sorry. No, let's write this. I'll get back to you. If I don't, just ping me. We're gonna do the exporter thing. What? Why? No, I fixed this. Why are you like this? I'm sad. I fixed you. Why are you broken? We don't need that. We said if it's parenthesized, we move off by 1. This should no longer be parenthesized. Why are you still parenthesized? Did I... Oh, I used the release version of the compiler. We didn't rebuild the release version of the compiler. Damn. How to shoot yourself in the foot with different compiler versions. Let's try that again. Drum roll. So we see that the first one complained about a bunch of things, and then it rewrote them, and then the second plugin already has the fixed version, so it's all good. And that means we get things that look right. I mean, this syntax is obnoxious, absolutely obnoxious. But that's not, like, that's okay. Okay, so we failed before on, which was the expression. These are all fine. Which one was the one that broke us? This one. So let's take this as an example. Okay. Let's make it a bit. Okay. Sorry. Good. Fix that we claim. Fix that the what's it called? What are the nodes called? Just node. A code node. Set. We said is parenthesized on code node. These are called brackets, right? Even if they were. Okay, good. So that's what we want. The metaprogram plugin is separated. Fix incorrect is parenthesized flag on code node. Let's do this in 2 commits, actually. It's unrelated. The rewrite fix is unrelated to that. So we just want this one, this one, this one. Okay, and then we have this one, and let's say everything but why do I separate things like that? Because it makes it much, if we have a regression, it makes it much easier to bisect, for example. That's why I like to keep things in smaller commits, usually, if it's easy. So we say fix for parenthesized blah. Okay. And then this one, we're gonna, yeah. We're gonna do this here, modules. You can now call init plugins multiple times per multiple workspaces. As long as the list of plugins to create, I think it's called, right? Plugin. This I requires meta program plugins to expect support multiple calls to their init function. They need to reset any state they had accumulated from. This is like, I'd rather not do it that way, but maybe we shouldn't commit this. Maybe we should not commit this. Okay, sorry, let's get, like, I'll think about this, but let's get back to the question we had, like, about the memory debugger. I heard what you said about this is allocation not a leak. I tried to do it in some allocation proc in case allocate. No. No, this is not a leak is something you would call after allocation. Oh, you mean for the pool? I see that memory bug just hard codes against doing anything with pool flat temp. Yeah, this is something we talked about in a recent meeting. This should change where the memory debugger doesn't hard code against certain allocators, but instead queries the allocators to see if they're, oh, if you're a pool allocator, we ignore you, or certain things like that. That's a weakness in the memory debugger right now. But we're currently, like, we have an ongoing thread where we think about improving certain, like, another problem of the memory debugger is that currently we don't track any virtual allocations. Like if you do virtual alloc to reserve and commit, that's not tracked. So basically if you use a flat pool and forget to free the flat pool, it's not going to show up in the memory debugger. Things like that. So this is something we're thinking about right now. Yeah, the re-init stuff, I think I don't want that. It's a crutch. I'm not sure if you want to submit a crutch. Because in reality, what you really want is to create a new set of plugins. So that, because the problem is, if the plugins, as we just did with the rewrite plugin, if the plugins need to handle this re-init, it would be way nicer if you just create a fresh plugin, throw away the old one for Workspace. That's way less error prone, etc. By reusing the same plugin and having to reset state, you have to, whenever you update your plugin, you have to remember, oh right, I need to reset this in it, etc. It's just error prone. I don't like it. The problem is we don't currently have a way of recreating the plugin. Wait a second. We have. Hold your horses. We can do this. Like, we can totally rerun. Oh no. Oh no. Yes. Okay, how do we guard against that? We can totally redo this. Like, there's a better way to do this. Guys, there's a better way to do this. We can totally rerun the code. The only thing we need to do is we need to make sure that the to create list stays the same. So if we guard against that, that seems good. Yeah, let's do that. So we're gonna have plugin init string created is false. And then we say if plugin init string if we haven't created. Yeah, no. Let's. I hate double negations. Since we have an if and an else, we're gonna do this. We don't do that. We do all of this. Blah 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 blah. Boom. Let's not call it created. Let's call it plugin in string added. Okay, I'm gonna do all this. And now the only thing we need to do, like this reinit stuff, we're gonna toss away. Let's do this actually. Where's the reinit? Wait. No, did I? Oh yeah. So this all dies. We just want what? The only thing we want is what? No. What happened? Yeah, this is actually fine. Okay, this looks fine. So this is good. We need to guard against someone passing in a different plugin to create array. That's the thing we don't want. How do we guard against that? We could save the data pointer, make sure it's the same, or we could save the old, we create a copy and compare. Like, you're free to change the options or something. We just want to make sure that it's the same plugin. So plugin to create does what? It's a name and options. So then it has to be, the names have to be the same. Okay, so we save the names. That's it. It has to be the same names in the same order. Where is it? Oh, I discarded this one. Previous plugin names. And this is now if previous plugin names. Nope, we need both because you might pass something empty and then it's fine. Init string added false. Previous plugin names is new array to create count string for to we just fill it down there. Yeah, let's keep it with the module names. We want this to be exactly the same. Hey, Mox. Yup, it's been a while. That's true. Maybe it's just been new caps to the debugger. Yeah, I'm not sure what the result is, like what the best approach is for the memory debugger, but it's something we're thinking about. We're thinking about right now. Okay, so we do this, and then over here we just compare for how good do we want the error to be? Let's be very nice. Compile our report. This. No, okay. Is same is to create count equals blah. If is same for previous plugin names, if to create it index is dot name is not previous, is not it, is same as false. Break. Okay. And then we say if not is same blah. The original list of plugins was blah. Yeah, let's do that. Good enough, I think. Previous plugin names, and we need to wrap that in a tprint. Already did that. Nice. Okay. Okay, otherwise we're good. We're happy. We can just recall this procedure. It's going to have the same plugin in its strings, which just means it's going to recreate new plugins. Everything's great. And then you set the... Oh yeah, I ditched something. P.workspace is W. That's something I added here before and I discarded by accident. Okay. Is it not possible to really re-import all plugins? Nope, it's not. We looked at this before. The problem is this, and the problem is this. Like it doesn't work. I looked at it. I don't see a way to make it work. Okay, that means our plugins don't need to be aware. They don't need to support recreation or something. So we can now say, after we've tested this, obviously, permit program, as long as plugin to create contains the same number and name of plugins. chain plugin arguments. For each call to init plugins if you want. Okay. Contains the same plugin names in the same order. Okay, good. Change each plugins arguments. Okay, that's clear enough. Let's see if it's actually true. We revert our changes to Maya once more. It's been a habit by now. And we're gonna retry with our new version of doing this multiple times, which means we actually need to change this here, which was Maya first something. Oh, it is Maya first. Okay. So we have a fresh version of plugins every time. We re-init them freshly every time. We toss them away every time. We toss away this every time. Good. Let's go. Well, I should learn to program. Guys, if you want to succeed in the compiler industry, you need to learn to program. Which means meta plugins. There's a typo. Let's try that again. Guys, you also need to learn to type. Not just programming, also typing is important. Previous. Unknown identifier compiler report. Really? I thought, well, you also need to learn your APIs. Compiler JAI. Compiler report. It's there. I guess we don't import. Oh, there is an already initted plug. Really? Never mind. Great, unused. Oh, it's compiler dot. Okay. We return, yes, we return false. That did not work because we have 2 rewrites scheduled. Why? Why are you like this? Something's quite a bit off. So we did rewrite. Haha. We double rewrote. That's not good. Did I say A plugins? Where did I say A plugins? Where did I say that, Nilsson? You might be right. Where did I say A plugins? I didn't say A plugins here. Are you wrong, son? With a different... Yeah, okay. With different plugins to create. Yeah, okay, yeah, makes sense. I wanted to say with a different like plugins to create is the one argument, but yes, you're right. Okay. What are we doing wrong, guys? Why are we doing the whole thing twice? Is it running in parallel? It is not. We do it in sequence. So why did this work before when we re-initted the same plugins and is not working again now that we don't do that? Log initializing plugin for workspace, blah, my workspace. Oh yeah, we have to toss this away again. So let's not do the rewrite for a second so I don't have to revert every time. Let's just see what happens here. Ah, too much spam. Can't see anything. So we say initialize the plugin for workspace 3 and we have, where is my arguments? Do we have a right? No, false. Okay. Blah 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 blah. We're happy. Schedule changes. Initializing plugin for workspace 4. Blah 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 blah. When do we do it the actual write? I assume we do it in finish, right? Rewrite one file. Okay, if we say here log rewrote file blah, sorry, I shouldn't do this, whatever. We're gonna try this again with was it right? I think it was right. Okay, so we get a report of 35363 and we rewrote them. Why are these? Oh, it's rewrite one file. Okay, so this is done once. Okay, good. Then we initialize a new plugin. Why? Wait. Why is there so much garbage? There's not supposed to be any garbage. There's all kinds of garbage here. No. No. Oh, because someone was nifty. They share state. Naughty. Naughty. That's what happens when you assume you can only be initialized once and then someone does. What? Number of return values, 0 versus 1. Okay, what? Why? I saw someone do something like this. I thought learning to program was dead and machines are supposed to do that. Yes, I am a machine though. Is Control L a shortcut for clearing your command window, or is that just a bash thing? I don't know. Oh, no, I think, oh yeah, that actually works. Nice. I was looking for that. Thank you. Because I just knew one that didn't actually clear. It just scrolled. Control L. Nice. I was looking for this. Because I know the equivalent in here is Control K. But Control K doesn't work here. No, Command K. So Command K clears on Mac OS. I didn't know that Control L was something. Thank you. Do you have any reports regarding Sound Player on not playing audio on Linux? Maybe. The problem is they don't come to me directly, only if John forwards them. So I don't know. Okay. Yeah, we have to do this so we don't return anything. I guess that's the hack. Okay. See, as soon as you don't share state, it works. Nice. Good. Finally. Okay, that was a lot of work. Worth it though, because this has bugged us for a while. This means we can now do multiple. Ooh, this is nice. This means we can now do multiple builds of Sokoban in one go. I like it. Okay. Add support for running meta program plugins for multiple spaces. Creating. Nice. Okay. That's a productive day. I'm getting hungry. We're gonna continue some more, but not for too long because we don't want to get me hangry or something. Yeah, let's do this. Boom. Rebase here. Bam. Okay. I'm in Central European time zone, so it's lunchtime. I think I said hangry. Didn't I say hangry? All right. It's great success. We can now ship these changes. This I leave to the build server. We generate all bindings, just to be sure. I don't think there are any other changes, but maybe. I can't remember. So many bindings. Come on. Yes. Nope, just this. support for meta program plugins and use that to run to fix the okay, and we regenerated the bindings, right? Kaboom. Okay. I'm gonna get another coffee, maybe something tiny to eat to bridge the gap until I have lunch, and then we're gonna actually go into compiler bug fixing mode. Like, we fixed a few things now, but basically by accident. So, not the ones I wanted to fix. But that's okay. Oh yeah, no, we could do more on the bindings generator as well. There is like this one. No, wait, this one. Is this the right one? Yes. So this change needs vetting. But it's cumbersome and not super important. But if I don't do it now, I'm gonna forget it until it bites us in the rear. I'll think about it. It's time for some food and a coffee. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, I'm back. What's the best way for compiling multiple executables in one go for a test suite? Is it better to make a loop with compile create workspace, or generate a command line and calling run command on them? It depends. The compiler currently never frees anything about the workspace, like all the syntax tree, etc., because we make the guarantee that any memory we give the metaprogram shall remain valid. So if you don't intercept, if you just create workspaces and add stuff, it might be fine. If you compiler intercept messages, if you do that, then we're going to generate a bunch more memory and keep that around. Actually, if you don't intercept messages, we could free a bunch of stuff for workspace. I don't think we do that right now. So basically, if you don't run out of memory, you can do it in one workspace. And it should be faster because you don't create a new process, a new metaprogram for every test. I'd say try that and report back to me. You can send me a message in Discord or whatever what the result was. I'm pretty sure it's going to be quite a bit faster if you generate all the exes, like create all the workspaces in one metaprogram, and just, you can even do them in parallel if you want. You can either you could just create them in parallel and just let them all run. I assume it's going to be quite a bit faster than spawning a separate process per command, but it could be that you run out of memory or that we do something stupid in the compiler and it doesn't work. So I'd be interested in the test. Oh Lord, how fast is compilation now in release mode? Some simple program without optimizations and without debug. You mean a release compiler? Or building a release build of a program? I need to, you know what? This question comes up so often, we should add it to the bot. Let's do that. Okay, so here's your answer. Using compiler to compile to exe, building release of program. It depends on the program. And by that I mean it depends on LVM. Depends on the build options you pass, etc. I mean, we can do a simple test, but it depends on your platform, etc., etc., etc. It depends on what simple program you mean. If you do something like Jai is not really good. Like, one of the things it does not well is doing a tiny program. if you build even a tiny program, you're gonna build. I'm gonna show you. If we do something like how to 001 first.jai. Okay. This is like a program. Okay, it's 100 lines, but it's basically pure comments. Like we do a bit of printing. There's not much here. It's like 15 lines of code. Okay. But we do import basic, and basic is huge. So if you look what we actually do, we actually compiled 16,000 lines of code. Sorry. It only took 0.1 seconds in total, including linking and everything. But it's 16,000 lines of code. So if we do a release version of this, yeah, it's 0.3 seconds for 16,000 lines of code. So it's in the whatever territory. But if you're like, oh my god, it's 16,000 lines of code for 10 lines of code. Yep, that's like, it's not great. You could do it smaller if you use the right string instead of basic. Like if we remove the if we say just main and we say right string hello world, okay, that's like the smallest, kind of the smallest thing, the classic one, right? And we say aj minus r simple jai. It's still 4,000 lines of code with comment, like let's say 2,700 lines of code, because we still do all the metaprogramming thing. Because everything, like what gets added, we have preload, which contains all the type info stuff, and we recompile that. That gets built for every workspace. Okay, so that's 400 lines of code. We have runtime support, which is another 700. And I don't quite know where the rest is coming from, honestly. Like that's... Oh, we have default allocator gets imported. We have runtime support, crash handler, and this, unless you disable that. So it comes with quite a bit of stuff. Even a simple hello world has a bunch. Like it's whatever, but so simple. So you 0.06 seconds for an optimized build of hello world. You benchmarked your compiler's compilation speed on 1,000 some functions that use each other. What? No, this is 2,700 lines of code. What do you mean 60K? Where do you see 60K? I don't see 60K. And actually, it's more than that because we also compiled the meta program. This is just, these are the stats for Workspace 2, the target program. We actually also compiled the default meta program itself, which is also huge. So, but I guess this is not included here. So the total time is going to be bigger because this is just the time for Workspace 2. We actually compiled Workspace 1 as well, which is way bigger because the default meta program is quite big. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Like, I'm happy with the compile speed of Jai right now. Would be my... It could be better, yes. It could use a good rewrite, and then we could make things better. I don't want to do the... To make things really faster, we would have to change the internal structures quite a bit. And that's such a pain in the ass for our C++ code base. So if we had infinite time and resources, etc., I would do a full rewrite of Jai in Jai and then do a pass that makes it like that changes the internal structures of and the syntax trees and whatever, and regroups things so that it's easier to parallelize, etc. I don't want to do all that in C++, to be honest. Is front-end time clean, or is there some elements of too? No, it's basically clean. Front-end time is everything up until we start handing off things to LVM. It concludes bytecode generation. It concludes running. It includes running the bytecode. If you do any compile time metaprogramming stuff, etc. So front-end is it's an understatement. Okay, anyways, let's get back to something productive. I have about an hour, maybe, before I want to fix the lunch situation. Let's not do this on Windows. I don't want to do this on Windows, so we're gonna switch to Mac. I'm gonna pull this whip here. Okay, following problem. What I'm doing here is with the change we did before of the binding generator change that moved union stuff basically into overlays, almost everything, we lost a bunch of struct checks because the struct checks are not working on the overlays. And the change that I just committed here, the work in progress thing, just adds these checks for overlays. So basically I moved the check code into a do check function and call it for the declarations and for the overlays. Okay, that's it. And if we do that, let's do just the tests. Modules, binding generator, tests. First.jai, it blows up, I think. Do we have a run here? I don't think so. No, and I can't do auto run because it does nothing and we don't have plugin support. So we're sad. So we're gonna do this like this. Modules, bindings generator, tests. Oh, it just works. Well, that was uneventful. So now we generate the checks for all the things in overlays, which is good. And it just worked, which is surprising. Because I'm pretty sure that I saw something on Windows blew up when I did this. So maybe we need a new test case that also blows up on macOS. We'll see. I'll regenerate that, run the tests, and if all of them are green, we'll see what blows up on Windows. And yeah, Morglod, it doesn't make sense to benchmark your compiler on something trivial like this small program. You say it's 400,000 lines per second, like the Jai compiler. It's meaningless. It's pointless. Compile speed does not grow linearly, usually. So it doesn't make sense to compile a tiny program and say, oh, it's 0.1 seconds, therefore I can do blah. It's pointless. Do a big program, profile that. It's going to be very different. You're going to get very different lines per second counts. It totally depends on what you're doing. If you're polymorphism heavy, for example, like for Jai, if you're polymorphism heavy, it's going to have very different times than if you just do plain stupid code. If you do any compile time metaprogramming, it's going to have very different times. If you have very large functions, LVM is going to do very stupid things on them, which take forever. So it completely depends on the code, what numbers you're getting. I think it only makes sense to say, like, ballpark estimates of like, oh yeah, this compiler does 40,000 lines a second, this does 400,000 lines a second on a similar code base. Then maybe you can compare. But even then, it's like, Okay, seems like we don't have struct checks enabled on pretty much anything anymore. I'm surprised. Let's check for has unexpected offset. Don't we have this anywhere anymore? Or is it just maybe these code bases don't do any unions? That could be. NVIDIA Aftermath. I think that's Windows. Yeah, that's Windows. Okay, so we didn't regenerate that. The binding generator test, obviously. Binding generator examples. Okay, so maybe we don't have anything that triggers this on macOS. Okay, so I guess we have to switch back to Windows. That's a shame. Now we're sad. Okay, let's try this here. JIR modules. Bindings generator tests first.jai. Yeah, and see, this one blows up. Okay, so but it only blows up on Windows. That's interesting. Oh, because it's vtable related. Okay, parent B2 base class 3. Yeah, vtables are very different on Linux and macOS and Windows. Of course, because C++. Why would it be the same? Why would you specify that more precisely? That's weird, right? Test Windows. God, I hate it. All right, let's look at this mess. Sorry. Found funny thing, the same code on Linux is 1.5 times slower than on Windows. Yeah, if you say no a specific code, yeah. If you just import any of the standard headers, whatever, pick your favorite C header or C++ header, they're going to be very, very different on per platform, and that's going to affect compile times. Like if it's a C++ header, even the STL has different implementations on every platform. So depending on how crazy the vendor implemented their STL containers, that alone might fuck up your compile times if you use them. Even if there's no platform specific stuff in there. Oh yeah, the vtables, like the whole, it's so, like, if you're interested, Nilsson, I'm not sure if you're in the beta, you can look at the binding generator code for generating the vtables. There is so much. If this is Windows, if this is Linux, the order, so there's so much. So the vtable itself is different. So the order of procedures in the vtable is different per platform. Overloads have a different order. Generally, the procedures have a different order depending on where they're declared. It's completely different per platform. Destructors work differently per platform. Do you see this? This cursed piece of garbage. Windows just adds a hidden argument to the destructor that controls whether it frees memory or not. On Linux, this does not happen. Instead, Linux generates different constructors. So one platform has one destructor, the other platform has multiple destructors. That's one thing, but it's worse. The layout of the classes themselves is different per platform. If you have multiple inheritance, maybe diamond-shaped inheritance, maybe empty structs in the inheritance tree, you get completely different layouts of the classes on every platform. It's like, everyone's fired. It's the only thing I can say. Everyone's fired. Okay, so what are we doing? We have base class 3, which is oh yeah, this is... does it also depend on the compiler? In theory, it depends on the compiler. In practice, they have... the compilers are going... Like Clang, for example, emulates the behavior. Like if you're compiling on Windows, Clang emulates the behavior of MSVC and vice, and on Linux, it emulates whatever GCC did. Because otherwise you couldn't, like... There would be library incompatibilities if you compile on that platform with different compilers. So Clang replicates what MSVC does on Windows. No, the ABI, like I'm fine with the ABI. The ABI is well specified, relatively simple. Like even crazy ABIs, like the System 5 ABI, is super sane. Like super sane compared to the batshit nonsense garbage that's C++ inheritance layouts, in my opinion. There's like for the ABIs, okay, they make different trade-offs. Whatever, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Like I can live with that. It's well documented, but comparatively well documented. Not C++ though. If you mean the C++ ABI is different, yes. The C++ ABI is different per platform, as in like how... Yeah, let's not go there. I'm going to get sad. And it's too early for a beer, and I have to do BJJ in the evening. So... No, actually the C ABI and the C++ ABI... This is independent of the language. Even the C ABI for passing structs is not just put foo in register bar, put blah on stack. Nope. System 5 ABI, even for C, for passing structs, is also Lovecraftian. C++ doesn't make it much worse. Like the change that C++ introduces to the ABI is not much worse compared to the ABI itself. Okay, let's do the actual work here. We are in parent B2, so this is what we're looking at. We have a base class 3, so empty base class. We inherit from the empty base class in parent B2. We have a virtual function, which means we're going to have a vtable and we have a field. And that turns into parent B2. Looks like this. We have a vtable. As expected, we have a base class raw, which is the thing without the vtable. We need that because fun. Where's base class raw? Both are, yeah. Because empty struct padding. Oh God, I hate. Okay, whatever. Let's. This is great. We're happy. It's a nice day outside. So we have raw, which is really empty, and then we have the base class for 3, which contains empty struct padding. Okay, so far so reasonable. We have a vtable, we have base class 3 raw, we overlay base class 3, makes sense. And now we complain that base class 3 has an unexpected offset of 8 instead of 0. That's just because we don't set it. We have to inherit the... Yeah, that's fine. That's an easy fix, actually. This is just us not doing the bookkeeping. Support cast 2. Here we are. See? If it's the first, or we don't use... Oh, okay, so just so you can... I'm just gonna post this in chat so you can enjoy it. Oh, well, comments, haha. Doesn't let me post it because it starts with a slash and then it thinks it's a comment. Okay, so I guess we'll just... what do we do about this? so you can read it nicely. Ah, that doesn't help. Enjoy this, screenshot it, whatever. Hey, just read this. It's like, who came up with these rules on Windows? So, well, we emit padding, except we don't, but only if that, and then maybe sometimes. It's yeah, so fun. Okay. And it's extra fun to discover all this. Okay, so here we create a declaration. We do the place. And we just would have to say the raw parent is potentially empty and parent is not, so we cannot overlay a parent, blah, blah. Okay, so we still need to say... So we have the parent declaration. Okay, so we do overlay place. So here we would say it bit offset in parent or something, right? Yeah. Bit offset in parent is it place bit offset in parent. And actually we can do this somewhere else, because when we do we can just do this here. And this should fix our complaint. Come on, not a member of declaration overlay. Yeah, you're right. It dot declaration. Boom. That's how easy this is sometimes. And just so we see the difference, let's do the same magic trick as before. Generate with errors. We're gonna stash that. And then we do the fix. I really love that. I wish Subversion was that nice. And now we see the difference. And the difference is we now say we expect 8, so we don't blow up. But here we expect 8. Yes. Nice. So this is the fix up, basically. And now we can do that. Let me just do this. So this is generate struct checks. So bindings generator. Generate struct checks for overlays. That's it. The rest is just fixes. Now that we create so many of them. Okay. And then we could do a gyr generate all. Just to make sure. And we push this, we force push. And we generate all here. And we fetch these changes. And we generate all here. And see if we broke anything. So Jai supports FFI with C++ directly, yes. But it's as good as we can, I would say. So you can call directly, you can call constructors of C++, you can pass C++ arguments, blah, blah, blah. And I think we do the right thing everywhere. We're probably not doing the right thing everywhere because the C++ is such a garbage fest. So I wouldn't expect, like, if you get an STL container from someone and then pass that as a const reference to a C++ function from Jai or something, like, I would not be surprised if that doesn't work. But if you're sane, it works. Like, if you do sane stuff in C++ and interrupt sanely with C++, it works. Like, we interrupt with C++ quite a bit. I think the hardest I had to do was the Maya plugin you saw before on stream, because the Maya SDK is very C++y, as in, like, you're expected to call constructors and move operators and whatnot for this to work, and it seems to work. Like, our Maya plugin, I haven't touched it in years. I'm not sure if it's still used actually, but it worked. And I had to create a bunch of helpers to make this C++ interrupt code bearable, but yeah. See how useful it is that we added that command. Why am I working on Windows on Mac OS? Like, the bot explained how I do it. Why do I do it? Because we ship a compiler that has to work on both platforms. So obviously we have to test it on both platforms. Okay, this gets committed. This gets thrown away. This gets thrown away. I need to fix this at some point. This is so annoying. This gets thrown away. This gets thrown away. Okay, nice. There's another fix up. We'll merge afterwards. Oh, it's still running. Oh, never mind. So let's look at the changes here. So even things like RAII work, define work. What are you expecting? And I can tell you if it works. Nope, Linux gets banished into a Docker container. By the way, we should run that. Like, I had a dual boot system and I had WSL here, but it's such a pain to maintain that I just used the Docker container, even though that's also a pain to maintain. Okay, seems like everything works here, as expected. And we'll see what Linux says. Okay. Oh, I guess we did not. Oh. Again. I did not, like, I regenerated them before, but I didn't commit them. That was my mistake because I was doing the commit on a sub, just on the Maya sub path, because SVN was so slow. Source first.jai. Let's make sure we still compile. But it looks good. Yes. Okay. Okay, and I should, by the way, I should check my mails to see if I broke anything. Yep, looks good. Looks good. And we're waiting for Docker. I mean, to be fair, this is a Linux AMD 64, so x64 container running on an ARM 64, so kind of sad that raw unions will get deleted. Seems harder to interact with C now. I don't think so, Patrick. It's more annoying to write the bindings, but hopefully the bindings generator takes care of that. So just interacting with C should be fine. But if you have an example of where this is annoying or something, let me know. Because the passing, whether you pass a struct with overlay or a union, should be exactly equivalent. The code, the usage code doesn't need to change. It's literally just writing the struct is different. Which your binding generator does for you if you want. If you do it by hand, you have to put a bunch of overlay annotation, but it's mechanical. Like, it's mostly mechanical. So I don't see a big problem with it, but if you see one, let me know. Docker run generate all. Okay. But apart from that, yeah, this is gonna get merged. Okay. We'll wait for these. You have to regenerate all bindings because of it. Yes. True. But hopefully you have something lovely like our generate all, which just regenerates all your bindings and you're good. If not, I'm sorry. And if it breaks something, I'm sorry as well. So we get this, that gets merged. This we toss away. This we toss away, and we're happy. And we decommit. Okay, good. Haven't returned into my vast collection of Linux bindings in a long time. Wonder how much will break. Yeah, if something breaks, send me an angry email. Like, I try to keep the, like, every weird case we hit, I try to add to the test suite of the bindings generator, but it's an infinite task. There's so much to check, and yeah. Yeah, I also try to keep the custom visitors working as much as possible. Like, I try to be backwards compatible. There's lots of things I don't change in bindings generator to not break visitors, but there are some things that need breaking, so yeah. So I can't avoid breaking, but I try to avoid it as much as possible. Okay, we have about half an hour before I need to figure out the launch situation. So let's dive in. This is the nastiest of nasty bugs. It's very involved, but I need to get, like, it's time to fix this. This has been in the code base for years since I did a big change, and it's a stupid, whatever. It's time to look again at what exactly the problem is, because I've forgotten. I can look, just for historic reasons, let me see how old this is. November 2023. And luckily I left a note for myself in April 24. Okay, we want be live, and we want static if block in parent. Yay! Thank you, Raphael. How kind of you to leave this. Okay, if we're insert a terminative or an insert, let's open this insert. Okay. So we have this, we have an ASM block. We inserted 3 times. It's not, I don't think it's important that it's an ASM block. It's just This is going to expand to a couple of statements under the hood. We insert it 3 times, and that causes this check whether, if I remember correctly, this is going to complain about used before. Yeah. It says used before declaration. It thinks that this one is used before declaration because inserting the ASM blocks causes the, what's it called, statement index for identifier lookup to be wrong for this one, or for this one, I can't remember. So we think that this happens before that because internal indices are wrong. And that's my fault. And maybe we get saved by something. Okay, whatever. This is hard. This might be just me looking for half an hour and not talking anymore to figure this out. But it needs to be done. I've pushed this, like as I said, my last note on this is from April 2024. So it's been 2 years that I had this repro lying around, more than 2 years. So. Okay, so let me read that, get the whole thing back into my head, and we'll see if we can do anything about it. If we insert from an if or an insert, we need to adjust the statement index. No, that's wrong. It should be that, like, we shouldn't need to insert this. We need to fix that. The fact that we need to adjust needs to be fixed because this causes the problem that we see in the repro. All statements after the insertion point and all statements inserted from the if, because the if blocks are not part of the parent blockchain. Yeah. This was peak of blockchain craziness, so. Yeah, if I remember correctly, like this, I recently fixed another bug with this static if block in parent list. And I think by now, like I added this, for example, I think by now they are actually, yeah, see, this is like 2 weeks ago or something. Yes. So maybe we can just discard this now. Let's try that. Wait, what's base and why do we use it? Let's just YOLO this. Because we're brave. No, sorry. Which one am I compiling from inside? Do we see which one I compiled here somewhere? Macos arm debug. Perfect. Okay, set up correctly. So with this, let's see what breaks. Does the repro work now? Insert repeatedly. Yeah, okay. WASM doesn't work, obviously, so we need to recompile the x64 version. XGI, tests, regression. What's it called? Insert repeatedly. That's okay. This one compiles now. Let's see what else we broke. Jai tests a Jai. Like with a tiny bit of luck, this just works. It probably doesn't, but maybe my fix from 2 weeks ago actually fixes this. That we don't need that block that I just removed, which would be awesome. This looks very good. This looks very, very, very good. That would be so awesome because I was certain. What? Oh yeah, fine. Haha. Whew, I got scared for a second. No, this is fine. Like, this is obviously a x64 only test. Awesome. This goes into grab bag, so we don't need to have so many separate compiles. Test, insert repeatedly. And we paste this and say insert. Test, insert repeatedly. And of course, we have to say if CPU is x64, then do this. Otherwise, we just do nothing. For bogus changes to statement in the index for identifier lookup. Caused an incorrect use. And proceed below. This is awesome. Okay. We could probably do this with the whatever. Let's not mess with this. This is, we have a regression test. This one dies. We're gonna do the grab bag just to be sure that it works. No, this was from a bisect. This works if we do xgi. Use before declare. No. What? Why? But we just tested this, didn't we? What's going on here? Didn't I just... Okay. Didn't I just do that? This one works. This one does not. Are you kidding me? Is it because of the if? Four. Okay, great. Let me guess. This blows up. Life is cruel. Okay, that would have been nice. I'm sad. Okay, why does this happen? Maybe we do the... Okay, we'll see. Maybe not all is lost. Do we do any shenanigans with this? Like, maybe I did more damage somewhere else. This seems all harmless. Whoa, there's lots of these. 200. Oh no, this is this one. Okay. So I think the true thing that needs to happen is that we adjust how the lookup is used. And this is what I was afraid of. I was hoping we could get away with not doing this. I thought everything's in place already. Maybe, but it seems like it's not the case. I'm going to scan through this and see if we do any other adjustments. But I think the problem is that the parent blockchain is not quite right. See, blockchains are just trouble. Don't use the blockchain, kids. They're so hard to get right. Also, treat statements as inserted is probably something we can now delete. We'll see. Let's do no check in here. So probably we have to do the same we did for static if blocks. We probably also need to do that for the insert blocks. That's an assumption I have. Like, that's a hypothesis. Hypothesis. What's the singular? Hypothesis. Hypothesis, yeah. That's a hypothesis that I have. The other one is that we already have the insert done correctly, but something else is missing when we do the lookup. Could be all of that. Let's just do... Let's do this. Let's open Xcode. Okay, this is now broken. So we need to use the x64 version. We do tests, regression, insert, repeat, lay.jai. We do dash dash. We do no jobs. And we do dash x64 just for fun. Okay, and then we go to be live. We set a breakpoint and see which ones we hit. You know what? We're gonna do debug, my favorite thing of all time. Interp, which is, yeah, we have interp here. And we say, which one is it? We have target scope and we have statements and we have site. Let's just do site for now. Hello, Rosetta. I mean, it's great that Rosetta exists, but boy, is it slow. I mean, it's amazing that they were able to do this at all. It's really awesome that it exists, but okay, runtime support. We don't care. We don't care. Yeah, it's gonna be all over the place. That's not a good stop thing. You know what? Let's just let this run till completion. Oh, we don't have a breakpoint in report error. We want a symbolic breakpoint in report error. Thank you. Use before declare. So we infer an identifier. We have expression debug dump ast. Come on, ast. You can see, I can feel when I type and look at the prompt, there's a like half a second delay or something before they open the window. Like whenever it tries to give me help on what I do. Yeah. Like whenever this one pops up, I mean, it's great that it exists, but it causes a half-second delay at least in my typing, which is super annoying. So I type and the things don't show up because the UI freezes when it opens up the suggestion window. Like, why does this freeze the UI, you morons? And okay, we want ident. So we're looking up X, and we have ident is all. Also, the whole thing lags. Holy cow. Okay, so obviously this is correct. The ident has a statement like which is the ident has a statement index of 0, and the result scope entry has a statement index of 5. Why? So this one has a statement index of 0. This one has a statement index of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seems kinda correct, except off by 1. The 0 here is obviously interesting. What does happen if I do this? If I do these, which one changes? I'm just curious. So A doesn't change, B becomes 6. Okay, so this one is wrong. The statement index of this one is wrong. So the scope cursor statement index should be adjusted when we move up the chain. This one seems kind of correct. Tracing this is going to be a bit of a pain in the rear. We'll try. We're going to do it that way. We're going to get the S. Where's my S? There's my S. I'm going to get that. We're gonna... Yeah. We don't have interp.h here. We need to modify that again. So much fun. I haven't done this a million times. Totally not. Add FastAgile. We add everything in source. We reference file in place. We create groups. We don't add it to any targets. And that gives me interp.h. but we want CPP first. Debug stamp gets replaced. We go to interp.h. Debug stamp. This one gets a breakpoint. The mic sound got really quiet. Really? Is this better? Is this better? I didn't change anything, to be honest. Maybe, I mean, it can turn it up a notch, but... Okay, we create. Am I right that this is... Oh, we didn't, yeah, it's not yet set. Let's step over this. Blah, 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 set location. Just make sure we're at the right place. Hey, come on. Don't be like that. Okay, yeah, we're at the right place. So we set a data breakpoint. Watch point. Set expression. Size 8. Ident. What was it? Scope cursor. Statement index. Size as unknown type. What? Is it not size 8? I always forget the watch point. Expression thing. Minus S. Is this not minus minus size? Oh, yeah, I need to do this. Never mind. So let's keep this. I think this is how you do it. Yes. So currently it's FFFF. Oh, it's a S32. Oh no. Watch point list. Watch point. Don't you wish that you had a UI for this? Just saying. Watch point set expression size 4. Right. Currently it's FFFFFFF. Okay. We're just gonna run and see who sets this. Okay. So resolve one identifier. Yes. I assume we're resolving this one. Yes. Everything's good. Resolve one identifier. Enclosing scope at infer. Let's see where all this is. Oh, not ident enclosing, just enclosing. Yes, we have the block that looks like it's the assert block. That seems reasonable. Okay, underscore we don't care about. That looks good. This is where the magic happens. So scope cursor is... Come on, what's your problem? Oh. Block is this one, yes. Statement index. Looks good. Current scope. That seems fine. Nope. Nope. I guess this is what's happening. But let's add an expression which is, was it block? What was it? Current scope. Oh, we have current scope here. Never mind. Current scope. What flag? We have no flags on this one. Your parent. Who's your parent? Okay, another block. Who's your parent? What? Are you playing with me? Okay, so it's lots of parents until we hit the other scope of the if block. Someone DM'd me about my GDB video with 5 paragraphs of why I don't understand anything and debugger having a minimalistic UI is actually good. Nope. Having to reset breakpoints on every run is not great. Having to set watch points here instead of just saying, watch this crap, please. Oh! No. I was like, oh, there's a watch. No, but this watch is like, this just adds a, like this just adds this as, it doesn't actually. Does this create a watch point? Maybe it actually has that capability and I just didn't know. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a second. I'll take a short break. Alright guys, my time is up. I have to plan lunch. I'll be back later probably, and then we can finish this. Thanks for coming by. See you all soon.